Good morning. Oh, whoops. We should do this. Make sure got everything we need. Okay. Junie June art. Hello. Are you new to the chat? I don't recognize your handle. Where are you from? What's your deal? What do you do? Hey, guy. What? Thanks for the sub, buddy. And good morning. Or evening for you, I guess. And welcome. I think we've got hopefully more people coming in. But I thought we'd chat for a minute while we're waiting. Actually, maybe... Whoops. It's today's show and tell day. Maybe we'll start... It's going well, thank you for asking. Green Marshmallows, hello. Welcome. I think maybe we'll start today by continuing our sketchbook tour, if that's okay, since we didn't really finish it last time. It's been a couple weeks. Hey, Eminem. Wait. I do have M&Ms in here today. Any reference to M&M's or Eminem, the rap artist? I eat M&M's. That was unofficially established. Logan, hello. So is your name Logan? Or Logan Ben? Or Ben? Ben Logan? I'm assuming it's Logan. You can't eat M&M's. Oh, because of your teeth. You healing up? Okay. It is sad. I'm sorry. But you only like the... I'm trying to remember, was it you that only liked the... like the plain milk chocolate ones? Well, I'm glad. That's good. Hopefully you'll be back at munching on M&M's soon. Okay. Oh. Are you impressed that I remembered that? I was pretty impressed with myself for remembering. Okay. Crap, where did we leave off? I don't remember. Did we... Oh, we did get pretty far, I guess. Alright. Here we go. Sketchbook tour continued. So, this is the next page that we didn't quite get to. Let me move this so we can actually see what's going on. So, it's kind of a, not a super full page. Kind of a sad day, that one, I guess. Here's a page that was filled up by my kids. And, let's see. Yeah. Or can you find a super duper cheap sketchbook? I don't know. More sketchbook stuff. Oh, this is so hard to do. Cool pages, thank you. Can you even see that? It seems like it's really blurry. Jordi Uson, thank you. Are your kids drawing your sketchbooks? Oh, yeah. They enjoy it. I know a lot of people who just use like copy paper. Oh gosh. This I was started doing, just kind of doodling like an idea for some like D&D like characters, you know. I tend to go that direction a bit more. Oh my gosh, stuff, top hats and things. I'm going backwards. Oh. My kids, this was a drama. My kids got super into superhero girls for a minute, and it was actually, it's actually a fun show. More random stuff. Oh, we're going backwards. This one kind of came out of it was when there were like riots and the pandemic and all this stuff was going on, and it kind of just made me feel sick. That sketch just kind of came out of that whole feeling, but anyway. Ooh, dude, we should Mutant Marshmallows. We should have you make us, or like give us a tutorial on bookbinding. That would be awesome. Here's when that whole, remember that 6, it's like give me 6 characters to do fan art for. This is what that was. Beast, Gumball, Edgar Allan Poe. That's supposed to be Morticia Adams. You guys remember Bucky? If you're old enough to remember Bucky, you're probably old. Leslie Knope, Darkwing Duck. I go in the right direction here. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is from when I hit 80,000 on Instagram. Things kind of died on Instagram after a little while. It seemed like every month there were like an extra 10,000 followers, and then it just kind of died. But Cow Folk, I actually really like this sketch. Every once in a while I'll draw something like, ooh, I really like that. This guy feels super squashed. Is that Color Race? Yes. Easier. Hola. Mutant Marshmallows, thank you. Wait, I had to learn bookbinding as I had to make my own completely handmade comic. That's awesome. More sketches. Demon and Whitey Tidies. This was, if you remember, Max's Draw This in Your Style. That's what that was from. I also like this bad guy. I think he's cool. Big Captain America fan, as you know. More stuff. It's Colorase, a brand. So Prismacolor makes Colorase. It's. Let me grab. Actually, I've got some. Here's a pencil. So Prismacolor. Oh, it's not gonna focus, is it? Prismacolor Colorase. This happens to be my favorite color to draw in, by the way, vermilion. But yeah, they're my favorite pencils. If I ever get low, I have to stock up. I don't know if you can see my pencil cup over there, but it's packed with Colorase. Oh, Aisha, thank you. Oh. But yeah, Colorase, I love them because, for one, they don't really smudge much, which is great. The colors blend really nice. And it's like a really smooth, tactile sort of experience. They feel really nice to draw with, I think. Jeannie June, thank you. More stuff. Oh, these are sketches for characters for another project that I don't think I've talked to you guys about or shown you anything from it. It's like a contemporary wizard story. Here I'm actually, it's another sketch for that. These are kind of sketches, random sketches for that. What size is this sketchbook? It's enormous. By the way, it's I can't remember which is bigger, A4 or A3, but it's the bigger one. It's like I wanted a bigger sketchbook, but I didn't realize it was going to be this big. It barely, A3, okay. It barely fit into my bag, which was actually, it worked out nice because I take my shoulder bag everywhere, and in order to get anything out of my bag, I had to take my sketchbook out first. So I always had my sketchbook out, which is why this one actually got filled up. More drawings from my kids. We did this is Roz. She drew me a house and a heart. This, I don't know if you can tell, but this is a heart person with really long hair. Anyway. Oh, and she asked me to draw a baby heart. So that's that. More stuff with another collab with my daughter. Not so much a collab as, hey, let me draw over your stuff. So this always inspires me to want to fill up a sketchbook. Good. And Torrance, thank you. More sketches. This is a page. This is an example of a page that I didn't fill up all the way because I liked the drawings that were on it, and I didn't want to ruin it by drawing on it more. Because I especially liked that drawing. I love to draw, guys. I love to draw. Do you have any drawings from start drawing as a child? I do, actually. Not with me, but actually, you know what? I do, actually. I can show you that in a minute. His sketches for another story that has a fairy queen in it. more. It's a mermaid from my other daughter, a kitty mermaid with a rainbow tail and a rainbow and all that. And another sketch from Roz, a princess. Random sketches. This was a Balrog, if you remember, if you are familiar with Lord of the Rings. Kitty Mermaid is adorable, it's true. My kids love to draw and their stuff is awesome. More random stuff. Oh, okay. Another Leah drawing, princess with ice cream and I can't remember what's in the other hand, but then a unicorn and a rainbow. And this one is Roz. It's a baby sleeping in a very colorful blanket. And that's it. That's the whole. Actually, dude, I've got like 4 more pages left. What? Didn't realize that. Awesome. Anyway, there's the whole sketchbook tour. And I don't know who it was that asked about. It just so happens. My mom recently gave me this book from when I was in preschool, 4 years old. And there are a couple drawings in here. Pretty sure. So yeah, here's Samurai Leonardo from when I was 4. So yeah, that gives you there's the 30-year progression from 4 years old to almost 35. So there you go. Okay. I decided today is comic book day. Since I got this in the mail. Isumboshi. I have improved a lot since then, you're right. People always ask, like, oh man, how do you get good? I'm like, do you practice for, 30 plus years? Okay, so if you guys, I think we talked about Ryan Lang on the stream before. He was working at Disney for a while and then freelancing for Marvel. I guess technically it's the same company, but anyway, he's been working on this story for a long time, since college for him, and he was gonna. It's a super. Could you draw a Balaniceps Rex? I don't even know what that is. But maybe. So this is a super ambitious project. So it's a fairly hefty, it's a good sized graphic novel. I haven't read it yet, but I've been seeing the artwork for it for a while, and it's gorgeous. So it's rendered in grayscale. He was gonna fully paint the whole thing, but I'm really glad he didn't, just because I think the grayscale stuff is just as effective. Well, maybe not quite as effective, but it's very effective, and it is stunning. Being marshmallows, and it's this story about a samurai who is tiny. So this is a regular sized crow or raven. So that's how big the hero is, Isumboshi. But yeah, the artwork is just phenomenal. I can't wait to read it. I've been dying to get a hold of this since he started doing sketches for it, like years ago. It's been a long time. But yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. And it's like his, I was talking to him about it at CTN one year. Will this live be available after it ends? Yes. Faye Medina, I don't think we've had you in the chat before. Welcome. So this, he really wants to direct a film, and this is kind of his attempt at, it's like a pitch, like to show how effective he can be at visual storytelling, right? And it's gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Anyway, so that's that one. I'm assuming this is available online. I'll find out and post a link if I find one. And it also came with stickers, which is awesome. So there's these stickers he did, the little chibi or whatever characters. This is his wife, Mingji Helen Chen, which I know a lot of you are familiar with her stuff. Rad, who I'm not actually familiar with their stuff. And then Shiyun Kim, who did some grayscale versions of the Big Bad in the story. Anyway, so that's cool. More comic stuff. So, okay. Here's a classic, Bone by Jeff Smith. Let's see, one of the 10 greatest graphic novels of all time. It's a fun story, and the artwork is super fun as well. It's got this old school cartoony comic feel, like newspaper comics, and it's just a fun. It's like this epic story with these. Anyway, it's really cool. If you haven't read Bone, you should pick it up and read it. It's a good story. Won 10 Eisner Awards and 11 Harvey Awards. So, and the awards I think are for the artwork and the story. So, good stuff. Okay, another graphic novel. The Dam Keeper, Robert Kondo and Daisu Tsutsumi, who are if you are familiar with Tonko, or not Tonko, what's their studio's name? Kondo, is it Tonko House? No. Crap. Anyway, they did a short film called The Dam Keeper several years ago, and this is a graphic novel, the first of a series of graphic novels that explore that idea of the Dam Keeper, which is like the dam keeps back this dark force type thing. I won't get into it, but it's obviously a beautiful, beautiful comic, and has some heavy. Part of what I love about it is, like we talked about, Anya's Ghost, which is one of my all-time favorite graphic novels, but you've got this juxtaposition between some of the darker, scarier elements, heavier parts of the story juxtaposed with this super cute, adorable style, which just makes the heavy stuff more impactful, I think. Anyway, and it's gorgeous. Anyway, so that's The Dam Keeper. There are 2 volumes out now. But beautiful, beautiful comic. Okay. Wizard of Oz with illustrated by Scotty Young, who I think a lot of you are probably familiar with Scotty Young stuff. The art style is super fun, and I'm a big fan of Wizard of Oz. And this is a really fun and it's a really good adaptation, I think. Art style super cool. It's a really good, it's a good book. And the cool thing is at the end it's got concept art and sketches for all the characters, which is a bonus. Okay. I'm not sure if we've talked about these before. I didn't realize I grabbed both of these, but Precious Rascals by Anthony Holden. He has this comic series about his family. It's just a bunch of short comics about him and his wife and his kids, and they're super fun. Some of them are like crazy hilarious. Just really, and obviously awesome artwork. I probably should have anyway, his art style is super cool. He used to be, I mean, he's an animator. He likes animator. He used to work at Leica. He worked on he did concept art for DuckTales, the new adaptation of DuckTales. I don't know if he did some freelance for that. His stuff is just super fun, super good. And if you follow him, he posts Precious Rascals comics every week, and they're just super fun. Okay. Hilda by Luke Pearson. I was following Luke. If you've watched Hilda on Netflix, that's an adaptation of this comic. And I love the colors and the art style. And the thing, actually, the comic or the show is pretty true to the comic, which is awesome. And I think Luke is very much involved in the show as well. And if you've seen that, you can tell like the colors and stuff. They've very much taken inspiration from the comic. And our style's a little bit different, but yeah, the comic's it's beautiful. And I got this when he first, let's see, when was this? 2010. So this was back when, like way before the Netflix series, but they did a really good job adapting it. It's really cool. Beautiful stuff. Okay, I looked for some other ones. Louise 3D Art. Louise, thank you. Welcome. I looked for some others that are packed away somewhere. I'm missing a bunch of books. So they're probably in a box somewhere. One of them was Red Sun, which is we've talked about I'm not a huge into like Superman or Batman or like any of the. I haven't read a lot of DC comics. But Red Sun is a really good one, which they're actually adapting into an animated movie, which is cool. But it's like a what if story. If like what would happen if Superman had crash landed in Soviet Russia rather than like rural America, and it's like Superman becomes like the poster boy for communism, and anyway, has like his ideals are basically the same. He's basically the same character, but was raised up communist, right? And so his perspective is a little bit different, and he's truly anyway, it's really good. Lex Luthor is the president of the United States. It's a really, I won't spoil anything, but it's really good. You've got Batman, who's like this freedom fighter who rebels against Superman. You got Wonder Woman in there, Green Lantern's in there. Anyway, it's a really cool adaptation. And then, so Me Marshmallows, have they released that movie already? Is it come out? Or have you just seen the trailers? Because I've seen the trailers for it, but I didn't think it had come out yet. I hope they are true to the graphic novel because it was really good. Oh, sheesh. Okay. I'll have to look into that. So that was one I was looking for and couldn't find. And then House of M, which I've talked about before, is a Marvel event sort of comic where Wanda Maximoff, so Scarlet Witch, has a mental breakdown and she changes reality. She alters reality for the whole world to like basically give everybody what they want. That one is really good. But I couldn't find that one either. And then I do have, hold on. So there are a few events in Marvel Comics that I really enjoyed. One is Civil War, which there's no one. It was like, I can't remember how long it lasted. I was gone. I was missionary while this happened. But it was basically, it's like Captain America and his group versus Iron Man and his group, and we've talked about that before, but that whole story is really cool. And Captain America, I found out what happened on the street. Some guy, he had like a Marvel shirt on. I was like, oh sweet, I love, he had a Captain America shirt on. I was like, oh, I love Captain America. He's like, he died. I was like, what? It's like, yeah, they killed him. And I was like, anyway, so that's how I found out what happened. So he dies at the end. Of course they bring him back, like they bring back everybody, which is too bad, but anyway, that was really good. And then right after Civil War is hold on, I'm trying to remember. I think this is really close after Civil War, maybe. Anyway. Wait. Yeah. So House of M happened, then Civil War happened, and then Siege, which is actually really good. Loki brings Asgard down to Earth. Anyway, that's a really good one. Secret Invasion. I feel like movies, if they kill you, then you're killed off. Hopefully. Except for in Loki's case, right? He's died like 4 times. Anyway, Secret Invasion is a really good one, which they're also adapting into an MCU series. Skrulls invade, right? But it's called Secret Invasion because by the time people know what's going on, Skrulls have already taken the place of a lot of people. And it's this epic, like, story that involves everybody. And the Skrulls, they'll, like, replace somebody, but they won't kill them off. They'll, like, transport them somewhere. Anyway, so, and it's this really interesting story because people are, like, when they figure out what's going on, suddenly there's all this distrust, right? It's like, oh, I don't know if you're a Skrull or if you're really who you say you are type thing. Anyway, it's a really interesting story. Anyway, so last one is this one just because it's enormous. I got this several years ago. I was at the Cartoon Art Museum in San Francisco, this exhibit, and they traded me some of my books for this one. They're like, sweet. So it's this enormous, it's all the inks, just the inks, and you can see you can see some of the pencil sketch underneath and where there's whiteout, tape, and all this, like, it's cool. There's like notes and everything. Artist edition, so it's like the sketches and inks just for, I don't even know how many issues are in there, but it's really cool. Okay. That's that. Okay, extra long show and tell today. Okay. Now, one more thing for show and tell, just because Leah, my daughter, came in this morning and she gave me this present. This is how it's wrapped, with this note. I love you, Dad. And it has some foam stickers and a pencil and a little rubber shark. Anyway, I have sweet kids. Okay. End of show and tell. Let's... we're going to finish her up real quick. And then I was thinking today could be like... Since I don't really have... what's the word? Plan for the next thing. I thought today could be like a fan art day after we finish our Ranger. Okay. Slickdale Graphics. I don't think you've been in the chat before, have you? Welcome. Anybody who's new, let us know where you're from, what's your story, because we're interested, right? And if you've got like a link to your, let me know if you have a link to your artwork or whatever, and I'll give you permission to post it. But, okay. Let me... Phoenix, Arizona. Business owner, just started my own company. Ooh, nice. How's it going? I'm always... It's always nice to hear about people making businesses work and stuff. Where is my... Okay. Alright. Slickdale Graphics. Yeah. I raised my family to make a business. Nice. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, also, if you haven't joined the Discord server, we've got a place on there, a channel where you can post links to your websites, social links, whatever. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I need to make sure I'm patterning this after our Druid Girl and Tiefling Paladin guy, so that the lineup looks consistent. Okay. Madazim artist, finally a fan of your artwork. Thank you. So, Nazim. What's the hardest thing you ever drew or did regarding art? That's a tough question. I'll have to think about it. I think... Shoot. I don't know. I think maybe the toughest thing... Very good article about character design. Yeah, share it. Share away, Logame. Azim. Nice. So Azim, where are you from? I haven't forgotten your question, by the way. Slickdale Graphics. I'm thinking. Share my art. Let me... Okay, Azim, let me... I think I know how to do this. Oh, wrong thing. Okay. Dang it. Okay, you have 60 seconds to post a link to your artwork, Azim, and then it'll expire. But yeah, do it. Do it. Biano Lima, it's like the stream. Welcome and thank you. Okay, so getting back to your question about what has been the hardest thing for me as an artist to do, I think it changes from project to project, job to job, or whatever. But I think trying to remember what was exactly the question. Hardest thing you ever drew or did? Yeah, I think it depends, because there are things that have been difficult or things that are difficult, and then once you do them, you learn from that experience, and it's not as difficult anymore, you know? Like I used to have a really hard time. I used to have a really, really hard time actually drawing women. I was in college working on this project, and I designed this character. Actually, this was a monomyth thing. I designed this character who was an Egyptian assassin. I know a lot of you, or some of you at least, have seen her design. But originally, she had her face all covered up, and everything, and everybody thought she was a man. Right? She totally looked like a dude, because I hadn't figured out how to communicate female proportions well. And fortunately I had a professor who, he sat down with me and he kind of walked me through how to exaggerate or how to communicate female form better, right? And so that was something I struggled with for a long time. Clothing and drapery, that was something I struggled with for a long time. Mechanical stuff like this gun, that's stuff that I struggled with for a long time. But like I said, it just kind of things that are hard. I think it's important to practice them until they're not hard anymore or less difficult. Oh, let's look at Azim's stuff really quick. I still can't I haven't figured out how to get my link. We'll just drag this over here so we can see it. Azim, this is rad. I love your vehicle stuff. And I'm actually kind of envious. I was wondering if this was a model. I'm guessing it is, since you've got the 3D art in there. If it's not a model, it's super impressive. I mean, it's impressive regardless, but oh, it is a model. That's cool. Like I said, I love the vehicle stuff. This is really cool. You're from India, right? That's what you said, right? Got a couple other people on here from India. Ninja Turtles. Nice. That's cool stuff, man. I like this one a lot. Very nice. Very nice. Comics, I'm still kind of on the same like one-track brain thing. Comics are still difficult for me. And I don't think I'll ever really get good at them because it's not something that I do much or that I need to do much. and it's not something I enjoy. It's not something that I normally do. So it'll probably always be hard for me. Though I do actually kind of enjoy storyboarding. And I like storyboarding, I think, because it doesn't have to be polished, right? It can just be, you can just indicate environments, indicate characters, but it's all the same. It's the same basic form, like visual storytelling, as comic books. But it's more cinematic. It's more. I don't know. It's more my style, I guess. That face. I'm trying your art styles. Wait, what face are you talking about? I think we may be experiencing a bit of lag because I haven't been on your page for a while. Let me close this stuff we've got here. Sorry, I'm probably making no sense. I'm talking to myself. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Nice. You reminded me of Nightcrawler, and I love drawing Night. He's one of my favorite characters to draw. I was thinking of drawing him after this, actually. Him or Spider-Man, because it was Spider-Man Day on Sunday, I think. I'm not sure why it's Spider-Man Day, but apparently there's a national day for just about everything, which is fun. Like, my wife is awesome, as you've all heard me say before, but she likes to, like, if it was National, like, Avocado Day the other day, for whatever reason, she's like, oh, we gotta eat avocados today. Or if it's National, like, it was Raspberry Cream Pie Day the other day, so raspberry cream pie. I was like, what? This is awesome. So awesome. AJ, hello, welcome. Sam Massey. Comics are a different monster. Coming from a comics background, pacing, layout, and leaving enough space for dialogue are usually the biggest challenges. Yeah, it's hard. It's really difficult, I think. Mystifying HG. Hello. Welcome. So Sam, are you new to the chat? Or have you been here before? And then Mystifying HG, I'm pretty sure you're new. So tell us where you're from, what's your deal. Okay, I was going to do this the other day. Sam Massey, thank you. But I need to give out, like, moderator permissions to people so that they can give people permission to post links to their artwork and stuff. Lindsay, are you still here? Or not Lindsay, Leslie. Jeannie June. Wait, Jeannie June, did you post something? Or are you just looking at her or their Twitch channel? And Logain, you're here. And you had volunteered, right, to moderate stuff? Let me... I'm gonna give out some permissions here really quick. New to the art side of Twitch, had no idea about. I think I'll make an account for my art too. Nice. Portraits by Hundo. Okay, let me do this something really quick. Logain and Leslie, I'm gonna give you guys permission, or let's see. Oh, wait. It's not. Shoot. I have to figure out how to do it. I don't want to add a new... Nope, not a role. I need to add... Moderation. Longtime fan, first time caller. Monterey, California. Looking to transition from comics to Viz Dev, or story after I retire from the Army. Working in portfolio, taking advantage of schoolism for the time being so I can up my game and retool my skill set. Nice. It's a lot of really, really fantastic artists on schoolism. Comics, that's a rough industry, I think. It doesn't pay very well unless you're super fast. You can just pump out pages like nobody's business, or if you're like a big name. Ega, welcome back. Oh, crap, I don't know how to do this. Oh, there we go. Doink. Okay, let's add another one. Logain. Okay, so Logain and Leslie both have moderating roles, so you guys can, if you know how to do that, you just do ! permit space username. If someone wants to post a link to their socials or whatever, which I know Leslie already knows, but Logain, you said you weren't super familiar with how to do stuff yet, but so we're in the same boat. I don't have a mod role. I'm not sure I trust you to moderate on Twitch. No, I'm gonna set you up as a mod on Discord, I think. Um, it's been a little while since you've tried anything, but you do have a habit of posting links and stuff without, like to drag people away from the stream. I'm not familiar with how Discord works. Mod many servers. Enjoying streaming? Yes, I really like it actually. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, like it gives me a really. It's nice to have like a set aside time to just work on whatever, do personal stuff. Because it's been a while since I've really been able to do that, I used to have lots of time because I didn't have a lot of work. And so like all my, while I was waiting on jobs or whatever, I'd, work on personal stuff. But things have been busy, which is great, but it's nice to have an excuse to just do personal stuff, because I do think it's important to do personal work. For me, it helps preserve my sanity, for one thing, because not every job is glorious or fun, some clients are harder to work with, or projects are harder to work on because it's hard to work on something that you don't have any faith in. You know what I mean? Which happens quite a bit. It's a lot more fun to work on a project that is good, that you have confidence in. So when you're stuck on something that's just not fun, it's nice to have personal work to engage you, and you have control over the art style, you have control over the story, you can make it whatever you want, right? Whereas a lot of clients are really controlling of really, really specific ideas, and even if you don't agree with those ideas, you got to do what they ask you to do, right? Because they're paying you. So it's just nice to have an outlet, something to keep you engaged, keep your creativity active, because some jobs can be kind of soul-sucking if not that I've had a really bad job lately. Gigi. Oh, AJ. Let me catch up here. Writing's really fun. Oh, thanks. Personal question. Yes, you may. Gigi, how did I miss the fact that you have been on for a whole hour? You missed show and tell, Gigi. It was a good one today. More anatomy studies. That's great. Yeah, Leslie's a mod now. Good job. Uh-oh. Slingdale Graphics, be careful. Be careful. Yeah, we've got a couple people with power now. Leslie and Logain. Leslie Logain says, Logain and I are kind of in the same boat where we are not super confident in our, Twitch tech skills. So you may need to help us out. You did volunteer, so I made you a mod. Azim, that's a sweet emote, or set of emotes. It's rad. Oh, AJ, you were going to ask a question. I welcome all questions. You choose to work for other studios and not work as in-house artists. How's that been for you? It's been good. I mean, obviously, this is the way that I've chosen to do it. And the biggest part of that is, if I didn't have kids, I'd be like all over an in-house job, But my parents are here, my wife's parents are here, and they love their grandkids, right? And it'd be kind of heartbreaking to rip my kids away from that. Also, Burbank is so expensive. Like, cost of living here where I'm at is about half of what it is in LA. A little less than half, actually. And so there's cost of living, there's we live in a really good neighborhood, right? It's just like crime rate's really low. There's all of that stuff to think about. So, I used to be all about the idea of, hey, in-house job is where it's at, right? Studio environment sounds great. And I do kind of, it's part of what I really would like my goal is to set up my own studio here. Because I do think there's definitely something about being surrounded by like-minded people, right? Having other creative people to bounce ideas off of and work with, because that boosts your own creativity, and I wish I had more of that. Because you only get so much of that via Zoom or whatever, it would be nice to share an office with some other people working on the same project and feel a really like a more collaborative have a more collaborative atmosphere. But whenever I get to thinking about it, it all comes back to like the family. This is a really good place to have a family, and I want to stay here. So that's the biggest thing, and it's more difficult to get work and have it be consistent. And I do feel sometimes like I'm like an outsider, which is why every year, until last year, every year I'd go out to California at least once or twice to rub shoulders and feel more a part of things, because it's easy to feel like you're not really part of the industry when you're not, in like one of its hubs, geographically speaking. So, I mean, there are challenges, but the benefits outweigh those, I think, for me. Okay. Hate my experience with mods, so I am chill. Giving me Treasure Planet vibes. Nice. I like Treasure Planet. Really cool elf, thank you. Well, Gain, you have so much power, you fear me, but I don't. Let's see. Am I allowed to use the word poo? Yes. Keep picturing Genie saying, phenomenal cosmic power. Nice. Oh, poo emojis. Wonderful. Love studio environment. I've been working in studio for like 3 years, but from last year and a half, I've been work from home, and I love this part so much, being at home and working from here. Cool. Didn't want to assume they were holographic, but that's cool. Yes, they are. Didn't have a Vancouver studio, yeah. Not more beneficial to live there than Burbank. It was fine, but no booger talk. I mean, you can talk about boogers, as long as you're not, it doesn't get too graphic. Boogers and pus. And lady stuff. That stuff gets to me. I have a hard time stomaching it sometimes. I mean, it's fine, as long as I'm not eating, Especially if it's like, we're having, like, French onion chip dip, which looks like chunky, dirty pus, And anyway, I have a pus story. Sorry, real quick. I know I realize that I'm sounding like I'm talking about something that I don't like to talk about, but I'm okay as long as, like I said, as long as I'm not eating, as long as I'm not looking at it, like in real life or whatever. Anyway, so this friend of mine who has his own hang-ups, they don't have to do with pus or boogers, but anyway, so he told me he had this like nasty abscess in his gums. It's like this big infected, so like this big pocket full of pus in his mouth, right? This infection. He said he was talking to somebody, and like mid-sentence, this thing exploded, and he said it just coated the whole inside of his mouth with pus. And he, the way he was describing it and stuff made me so nauseous, I almost lost it. He said like the taste and the smell of it, he could like smell it coming out of his mouth. Oh man, that is so gross. So gross. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Any advice on starting commissions? I want to, but I'm kind of afraid no one will want art from me. What did I do? No. Yeah. Careful. You bring it up. It's gonna stay. That's my key to me. Eating mac and cheese. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. I also have a hard time with gross sounds. Like if someone's chewing with their mouth open, you're like, I can't handle it. And there are several people I know who I spend a lot of time with who chew with their mouths open, like, and it's really loud and disgusting, and I have to covertly leave the room. They don't know that this is like a deal for me. I've tried, I made sure that I haven't said anything because I don't want to make people feel bad, but I just have to excuse myself for a few minutes, leave the room, and like do this sort of a thing, and like kind of shake it off before I come back. So no talk about new Disney studio. But Pest Story was worse than I thought. It's bad. It was really bad. I had more gross. Oh, you have no idea. I have so many. New Disney studio, I think I have a very much a love-hate thing going on with Disney. I think it's kind of disgusting how they've been eating up the rest of the world. Because they have so much money, they have so much power. They're just like, oh, they just make sure nobody can compete. You know, whenever there's like a little studio, like a smaller studio, or even a big studio that's like showing promise, doing something cool, they're like, oh, we have to have that. It has to be, we have to consume it and assimilate it, you know. That drives me nuts. Like, don't you own enough of the world? And now they're setting up a Vancouver studio because they want to hoard more of their money, hang on to it so that they can, you know, consume more. I think it's kind of disgusting. Though I know a lot of people who work for Disney, and they're wonderful, beautiful people, and they do wonderful, beautiful things. But Disney scares me a bit. The corporation, you know. It's sad to me that all these like small studios that show promise don't have a chance because Disney will either crush them or buy them out, you know. My dad has a tendency to use a fork with a bowl. That squeaking, scraping noise kills me. Yeah, I have a hard time with that too. Share your triggers with people you know so they know you. Pull it into the mouse machine. Yeah. Lifestyle at Vancouver is a lot higher. I wouldn't know. Haven't looked into it or anything. But the whole reason that they're doing it is to save, so they don't have to pay people as much, you know. Which, Disney can afford to pay people whatever they want. I was talking to someone, she works at Pixar, and I was talking about we were talking about the cost of living differences between there and here, which is ridiculous. The disparity is huge. And she's like, yeah, they don't take cost of living into account. They don't pay you enough. I'm like, it's Pixar, it's Disney. They have enough money to buy half the world, and they can't afford to pay their employees enough to, you know, live. I don't know, it's kind of disgusting to me, but I do admire a lot of the artwork, a lot of the stories they tell and stuff. But I think there are some major, there's like a disease in there inside the company that just kind of sucks things into it and kills them, which I don't like. Big companies scare me anyway. Like, I've never pitched anything to a big studio because I've heard horror stories from people pitching to Disney or to some other large studio, and they'll, reject the idea, but then they'll adapt it, like steal the idea and do their count on a lawsuit and then settle it, which is relatively cheap for them, you know, because they make all this money off of the idea. So it's just, I don't know, it's sickening. More healthcare, colder, which is better these days. It doesn't get that wild feel of Canada. CTN's not there yet. Would you accept to sell your studio to Disney if they are interested in the stuff you're doing? I don't think so. 'Cause I've thought a lot about that. Because Disney, you know, has a tendency of buying up things that they think are promising or profitable or could be potentially profitable, that or crushing them, right? And I've thought about not that I'm you know, kind of entertaining pipe dreams of having a successful studio, you know, and the idea of selling like your life's work to a big company that's probably going to alter it until it's unrecognizable just makes me kind of sick. But at the same time, I'm like, well, if you can keep it alive, you know, in some form, is it worth selling it, you know, rather than being crushed? I still don't know. I mean, it's a hypothetical, so I wouldn't know until it actually happened. Do you know how to pin stuff on Discord? People share dope stuff. Finding it takes hours. I don't know. People switch to Netflix these days. What is the reason? I think there are different reasons. I mean, people get better offers, or they just want to change things up, or they see a promising project, you know. Oops, what did I just do? I'm just glad Netflix is big enough that they can compete a little bit, you know, which I think is great. And I'm glad there are still studios out there that are doing their own thing. You got like Cartoon Saloon, which does some really awesome stuff. Sony's been doing some cool stuff. DreamWorks, I think, struggles a bit, but they still manage to turn out some good stuff occasionally. But I mean, there aren't a lot of big names in animation anymore, like there used to be. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed a question. Let me go back here. Oh, any advice on starting commissions? June. I think, I don't know. I think just try, like, open them up, and be like, hey, I'll draw your stuff, whatever it is, and see how people respond, you know? So I think a big part, for me, the biggest part of launching a career, having any kind of success for me, kind of was grounded in social media and posting just posting artwork, getting stuff out there, and then hoping people see it, and then if the right people see it, then repost it, share it. There's like, social media is a powerful thing. It's crazy. Like, there are people who their whole career is, you have like Instagram celebrities and YouTube celebrities and all this stuff, which to me is bonkers. That, or Twitch, right? It's crazy that Twitch is like a legitimate, like being a professional streamer is a legitimate career path, which wasn't the case a few years ago, Like, I remember growing up, kids would fantasize about being like a professional gamer. But that was when like Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were like the cutting edge of video game technology, So being a professional gamer meant like being a game developer, But now you can make money just sitting in your living room playing video games for people to watch, which is nuts to me. So, I mean, there's a lot of value in, there's a lot of potential value in social media. Unfortunately, attention doesn't necessarily mean money, right? Just because you have followers doesn't mean you're making any money. But it's a step in the right direction. Danny Williams left DreamWorks 2 years ago. His art is dope. What? I think Disney keeps the studio's name and the same staff, and intern politics fine. They will finance the productions and push the studio to evolve. That's the hope, right, Logan? Like, that was the case with Pixar for a long time. Disney bought Pixar and they kind of let them do their own thing. But then they, Disney would like see someone promising at Pixar, like, hey, you're doing something cool there, you need to come over here to like Disney feature and do that, because they own you, right? Or they can shut you down, like they bought Blue Sky, bought Fox, which includes Blue Sky, and they just shut them down, right? Which is, it's devastating that stuff happens. Oops. Also, because Disney owns Pixar, they kind of... Well, let me turn the music down. Can't hear myself. So because Disney owns Pixar, they kind of choose which movies to market, right? So there was a time when, I don't know if any of you guys remember this, but when Tangled came out, which was a great movie, I thought, if I can remember, I don't remember which other animated films came out that year, but I do know it came out the same year as Cars 2, I think, which wasn't a great movie, right? But Disney wanted, because they own Pixar, and Pixar had this track record of like Oscar after Oscar after Oscar for Best Animated Film. they campaigned for, like, to keep the streak going, right? So Pixar ended up with an Oscar instead of Disney Feature, which robbed the people who worked on Tangled of, that distinction of winning an Academy Award, which is, there's politics and all that kind of crap that go into that. So it doesn't have as much meaning as it used to. But still, I'm sure for like Glenn Keane and Claire Keane and all these other people who that was a passion project for them, they felt robbed, But that's kind of the way, like, it's all about the, I don't know, feeding the machine, Whether that's keeping a streak alive or keeping their money or buying up the competition or whatever, it's a toxic thing, I think. But yeah, so they didn't even submit Tangled for consideration for an Oscar, which was stupid. They didn't market it that well, The movie didn't do nearly as well as it should have because Disney didn't make it a priority. They prioritized keeping the streak alive at Pixar over promoting what was a better movie. Anyway, I could rant about this for a while. Okay. Do you think because of Disney's Canada moving start, Pixar will get affected? I mean, Pixar already has... There's a Vancouver campus for Pixar. At least there was. I don't remember what... I don't know if it's still going or what. But Tangled is great. The entire point of SIGGRAPH 2010 was Tangled. 2013 right. For those of you who are unfamiliar or are new to the stream, Mega finds a way to bring Wreck-It Ralph up in like every stream, pretty much. Which is kind of funny. He's watched it 17 times. Okay, I think we're going to call that done. So now what we'll do, I've got a lineup here somewhere. You do be doing that, yep. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Okay, we got our Ranger, oops. Ranger lady. We'll move over here. think she's close to being in scale. Although I think we could shrink these guys just a touch. A good way to kind of gauge if your characters are working in a lineup is if, like, the heads should all be relatively close. Heads don't vary all that much in size, usually from person to person. And so head size is a really good way to gauge how tall someone is, right? So like, our druid has a bigger head relative to the rest of her body, which makes her feel smaller. And our ranger has a smaller head relative to the rest of her body, which makes her feel taller. So there's our current lineup. Cool. I'm gonna save this as something else. Let's do Cyberpunk lineup. There we go. Okay. This stuff we can get rid of now. Okay. Nice. I'm like, I am enjoying this, guys. The whole Cyberpunk D&D thing. It's fun. It's fun. Save. Okay. Oh, probably shouldn't have that showing because it's got stuff that I didn't sign an NDA technically, so it's fine. All right, well, let's do a bit of fan art because I'm feeling like I want to. Why is this being dumb? Come on. Okay, let me catch up here. Artist Mac, hello. Sorry, I missed a bunch here. I like her shoes, thank you. Has good taste. Who has good? Oh, yeah. She's really hard to create. I guess Ranger's a bit tall. Can we get the project files? Oh. Yeah, I forgot that I was going to do that, huh? I'm going to just put the lineup PSD file in the subs only chat. Okay. Alright, so I'm not sure what bit of fan art I'm going to do here. I'm open to suggestions. I was kind of thinking, wait, how big is this? It seems large. Yeah, let's go 9 by 12, just because that's a standard size. Okay. Slickdale Graphics, welcome back. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll do. I have kind of go-to fan art characters. Wreck-It Ralph. I've never done Wreck-It Ralph fan art. Sarah, thank you and welcome. Maybe I will do Wreck-It Ralph fan art just for kicks. I think it says you're. Does it say you're a new subscriber? It says you're on a 2-month streak. Let's see. You know what I loved about, and I think I talked about this. Something I loved about Wreck-It Ralph was the Wreck-It Ralph 2, the Ralphification of the Disney princesses and other characters. Just so cool. Oh, yeah, I think that's just the way the alerts are set up. When anybody subscribes, it says new subscriber. Technically, new subscriber for this month, right? Or for the... Yeah. Okay. Actually, guys. You know what I've been wanting to do fan art for? If you don't mind me not doing Wreck-It Ralph. If you insist, we can do that. But Wolfwalkers... that movie, I loved the designs of the, what's her name? What's the blonde girl's name? She broke my heart. Like, just her interactions with her dad and stuff. Oh, so good. There's a scene that, like, kills me when I see it. When she's talking to her dad and she's trying to get him to listen, you know? They're in their house and she's talking to him about, like, she's trying to talk to him about her Wolfwalker friend, right? And she's like, he's got his hand in a fist and she keeps like prying his fingers open, you know, trying to get his fingers, like trying to get her dad to listen, trying to get him to open up as she's trying to get his fist to open up, and tears are streaming down her face, and it's like the most heartbreaking thing. It's so good. It's so good. I love that movie. But I only got to watch it a couple times because I didn't want to actually pay for Apple TV Plus because I think it's a ripoff. There's like hardly anything on there worth watching. And you can't buy Wolfwalkers, which is stupid. Otherwise, I just bought it. Kind of good. Actually, I kind of want to do that in my sketchbook. Draw some Wolfwalker drawings in my sketchbook. So maybe we'll do Wreck-It Ralph. Okay. Who are we doing? Shank and Wreck-It Ralph 2? Who's Shank? Oops. Luca, yeah. That one would be fun. How dare I? I don't remember. Who is Shank? Oh, okay. The Gal Gadot character. Right? Wait. Gamer Grandma. What? I've only seen Wreck-It Ralph 2 once. I'm afraid. Is Shank the lady racer? Sorry, but I wasn't all that impressed with Ralph Breaks the Internet. So I'm just looking up some of the artwork here. You're a Wreck-It Ralph wiki. I believe it, man. I believe it. Thought I heard my phone vibrating. I barely forgot her, but she's so nice. Had super fun scenes. I mean, yeah, I thought there were some fun bits, right? I liked the, what's his name? The search engine guy. I thought he was fun. I really liked stylistically, there were things that I liked about it. Like I said, I liked all the classic Disney characters that they had redesigned. Mostly I loved the artwork. Like Amy Thompson and all those guys that did just like a phenomenal job redesigning the princesses and the other characters. Thought it was terrific, but bzz, bzz. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just browsing through. You know what? I love Amy Thompson. I love her art, I should say. I don't actually know her. You know what? I keep changing my mind. I'm not feeling Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sorry, but I'm just not. I think maybe we'll do fan art from a book or something. Maybe Harry Potter. Or Wizard of Oz. Or something like that. Fun channel point rewards. I don't want to do like fan art from. I'm not feeling like matching a style. Dune. I don't know Dune well enough to do fan art. I got like halfway through the first book. But it was an audiobook, so like the narrator kind of spoiled it for me, but I was just like, I couldn't get into it. The new Dune movie does look pretty rad though, and it makes me want to go back and actually read the books. Sure, I'm just kinda brainstorming here. Harry Potter, The Wizard of Oz. What are some other classics we could do? Oh, you know what? I had started redesigning classic monsters from like I did Dracula, Wolfman. I forgot about that. I'd started that on my Patreon thing, and I did Dracula. So this was my redesign for Dracula, or not redesign, but my take on Dracula, based on the book instead of the movies, right? Because in the book he's got a very distinct look, including a white mustache, which I thought that to me just kind of screamed awesome, because you think about it, if he's drinking blood, it's gonna get in his white mustache, and it's gonna be a pretty stark visual. Like, it's gonna be a powerful visual, I think. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll start in on some monsters. Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do Frankenstein today, I think. Partially because it drives me nuts that there was like no representation of Frankenstein in film that looks anything like he's described in the book. The book's one of those it's like an important book because it's like the first like science fiction book of all time, I think. But in the book, the thing that's interesting and is difficult, I think, about it's like a difficult character to draw or paint, I think, or represent in film, because the thing that makes him scary and disturbing in the book is that people recognize that there's something wrong, right? That it shouldn't be, like, it's an abomination, not because he's like hideous, but because there's like a presence, there's like a look in his eyes or whatever that horrifies people. Like, this is an abomination type deal. But like, so Frankenstein, like Dr. Frankenstein, he gets all the best. He collects like parts from like idealized proportions and body parts and stuff. So it's like this beautiful body, right? That's composed of all the best bits of other people, right? He's like 10 feet tall, but he's like it's this beautiful body, and it's not until it comes to life, that he brings him to life, that he's like, oh my gosh, what have I done? This is, I shouldn't have done this type deal. But it's not because he's hideous, it's because it's like man-made life, right? So maybe we'll... So that's going to be a challenging thing, but I think it could be fun. So we're just going to sketch some I'm gonna pull up my Dracula just so I can look at him for reference. We'll do this as part of like a series here. So we'll do like a bodybuilder sort of type version. Then we'll just do like a really tall, elegant sort of proportions. Because that's the one thing he's described as being, he's really tall. I think he's like 10 feet tall or something, if I remember right. And he's got like this long, beautiful black hair. Trying to remember when this was written. It was like 18 something. Remember something about the skin being stretched like a corset. That always stuck in my brain. Yeah, it's I think, like I said, it's an important book because it's kind of like it paved the way for like science fiction, and it was like this revolutionary sort of idea. I think it definitely has its weaknesses, right? But I also think there are parts of it that are really powerful and really good. Like the way that, like Frankenstein's ambition and his attitude, like are a really interesting part of it, and then the monster's desire to be accepted and be loved, and then there's this like the heartbreaking aspect of it where you have like eventually the monster and Frankenstein kind of they end up the same, right? So like hubris. It's definitely a story about hubris and about ambition. It's about loss and about kind of the consequences of thinking too much of yourself, right? Like there's this super heartbreaking scene where, so the monster's kind of creepy, right? He's not exactly human. He doesn't know what to do with himself, and so like Frankenstein is gonna destroy him, like dismantle him, right? And the monster runs away, and he lives basically in this hole, or I'm trying to remember, it's been a while since I've read it, but he kind of shacks up on this family's property and like watches them through this hole in their wall. This is Frankenstein's monster we're doing. And he watches this family interact and kind of that's where he learns about humanity and what it means, what he feels it means to be human, and decides that he wants somebody like him, you know. So he goes to Frankenstein and he's like, make me a bride, right? Make me a wife, someone like me that I can be with, and we can be a family, you know. And so Frankenstein builds him this wife, or this, you know, but then dismantles her, and the monster, oh man, I hope I'm not butchering this, but the monster like sees the whole thing, I think, and it's like this is a huge blow to him, right? Like he's anticipating this family, right? This thing to make him feel more normal, more like everyone else. And then it's like this really disturbing thing for him to see that. And like he feels betrayed and he feels angry, and so what he does is, it's like Frankenstein gets engaged or gets married, and the monster does to his wife or his fiance what Frankenstein did to his wife or whatever. Like dismantles her, right? Kills her, and like in a really brutal and disturbing fashion, right? Anyway, so they both commit these atrocities, and anyway, it's a really interesting, like the story itself is interesting. The events are interesting. I just think it could have been written better, is all. But yeah, I mean, I'd definitely recommend reading it. It's a really short book too. I mean, you can read it in a day. Okay. I need to familiarize with myself with the story again, just so I know what I'm doing here. Because I'm like, I remember impressions and stuff. Echo 2302323. Thank you for the follow. Just missed the entire story. I'll have to go back and listen to it then or something. Okay. Okay, so in Shelley's original work, Victor Frankenstein discovers a previously unknown but elemental principle of life. Allows him to develop a method to imbue vitality into inanimate matter, though the exact nature of the process is left largely ambiguous. Frankenstein spends 2 years painstakingly constructing the creature's body, one anatomical feature at a time, from raw materials supplied by the dissecting room and the slaughterhouse, which he then brings to life using his unspecified process. Yada yada yada. Trying to make sure I know what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm trying to remember if... Sorry guys, I'm reading and so I'm not very interesting. Hopefully we haven't lost everyone. Just trying to decide what sort of costuming this guy should have and what sort of storytelling pose I should put him in. So this family that he watches, he discreetly does stuff for them. He like collects firewood, that sort of stuff, and that's kind of like the sympathetic portion of his story where you kind of grow fond of the creature, but then he is rejected by this family and becomes bitter and kills people and all this kind of stuff. So I'm trying to decide what part of his story we should focus on and what sort of costuming he should have. So I don't think it really... Can't remember if it talks about it. Okay. First, I guess we'll I'm liking this version, by the way. The less hulked out version. Chat is dead. You are correct, sir. I'm afraid I killed it by getting all distracted. That just looks like Tarzan, huh? Whoops. I'm gonna draw a little bigger, I think. Go see you on Monday. Okay, rest well, amigo. We'll see you Monday. Give him the really light colored irises because Maybe they won't give him any eyelashes. Eyelashes tend to kind of soften someone's face. So if he doesn't have any. There is I think Logain was talking about this, how his, yeah, see you again in 10 minutes, skin is like really tight, maybe not tight, but like, I think maybe it does describe it, she does describe it as tight, but like something that talks about is it's like not a natural color. It's kind of like yellow and translucent, so that it barely covers up the veins and muscles underneath. So a lot of that stuff is defined really well, so it's almost like he doesn't have skin, so you'll be able to see all the muscles and everything. Getting too anatomical here. I need to exaggerate stuff a bit more, I think. Stained cleaver? Like wearing ribbons all over your face. Yeah. You're going in more Disney lifestyle. Yeah, so I wanted to kind of match what's going on here. So things are, I mean, proportions are exaggerated. Maybe not totally Disney in style, but not like this is way too representational, so I need to loosen up a bit. His skin is super tight. He's gonna get a lot of, like, as he okay, while he's gone, theory, Egg is not 14, is actually the creator of Wreck-It Ralph. Nice. That would be interesting and hilarious. But what I was thinking, so if his skin is really tight, if he moves, right, if he raises his eyebrows, he's gonna get like a ton, it's gonna push, because that skin is so tight, there's not really any fat to kind of collect and soften things. So he's gonna get tons of wrinkles in whenever anything is stretched at all. So around his ears, eyes. So he'll maybe look kind of, he'll have like the body of a really healthy young person, but have the skin of a really old person that's kind of emaciated. And really, really beautiful hair. I like the idea of, because he does end up, I mean, for a portion of the book, he's this sympathetic character, right? He's someone who's been rejected by his creator and is looking for a way to be accepted and be happy. Part of his deal is he feels like he should be happy, right? He's coming to terms with the fact that he's a living thing, and living things should all have a way to be happy, right? And which is how he convinces Frankenstein to construct him a companion, right? He's like, I'm a living thing and I deserve to be happy. I deserve to have someone like me for companionship, right? And tells Frankenstein, if you build me this companion, I will disappear. We'll go to South America and disappear forever. You'll never see me again. And that's how he convinces Frankenstein to build him a wife, right, or a companion, is to promises to leave and never return, you know. So there's this sort of sad, beautiful side to his story, right? It's just this thing that wants to be happy, but he really does become a monstrous creature, right? He ends up murdering like 2 or 3 people, I think. And so overall, he is this monster, but there's also this sort of sympathetic side to his story where you feel bad for him. And so I like the idea of overall him feeling monstrous and disturbing, you know, but having this beautiful hair, right, that kind of represents his, like the portion of the story where he hasn't quite become a monster yet, you know. And beautifully manicured eyebrows. Oh, so there's this guy. Actually, maybe I won't say anything. Never mind. Because I don't know who watches this, and I don't want to offend anybody. Okay. I kind of like this guy. He's got some interesting things going on for him. I'm just trying to make sure I've got a good handle on him at a different angle. Thinking about what kind of situation you could put him in to convey his need to be accepted by others could be a nice illustration. Yeah. So there's I think the first really heartbreaking scene of the story is when it's after he spent all this time observing this family. That's where he learns how to speak. He finds some books. He learns how to read. So he's there for a while. He's living in this like abandoned building that's like adjacent to this home that this family lives in, and listens to them. That's how he learns to talk. Watches them and learns about family and companionship from watching this family, and grows attached to them and starts doing things like gathering firewood for them without them knowing, doing it in secret. And then he decides, after he's learned to speak, learned to read, he decides to approach the family. And so he waits till the father is the only person at home, and the father of the family is blind. So he approaches him and is talking to him, and things are going well. And then the rest of the family comes home and they see him and they freak out, right? Like there's a monster in our home, and they, like these people who he's kind of grown to see as his family, right? It's the first and only thing close to a family he's experienced, and he's spent most of his existence observing them and learning to care about them and all this stuff, and immediately they reject him. And it's heartbreaking, right? He flees and feels betrayed, and then like everyone he meets from then on is frightened of him and rejects him as well. And he he saves this boy from drowning, but the boy's father thinks that he's attacking the kid, and so he shoots him. He shoots the creature in the shoulder. Anyway, and then from that point on, he's just bitter and angry, and that's when he kind of descends into this monstrous character. I mean, it's a heartbreaking story. It really is, from both perspectives, because both of Frankenstein and the monster both make horrible decisions, right? Both commit these atrocities, and so they more or less become each other. They both descend into these horrible people that kind of deserve each other, It's sad. Like I said, it's a really cool idea. It's a cool story. But if it was, just a little more beautifully written, it would have been perfect. think if he, because he's not gonna find any clothes to fit him, right? Because he's like 10 feet tall. But I want him to. I can't remember if she describes if he ever like clothes himself in like furs or shrubbery or whatever else. I don't remember if he like goes around naked everywhere or if he goes around. Well, again, you've read it, right? Do you remember? I made his nose a little long. Man, this happens a lot where I'll like go back and before I actually get really into it, like all these drawings are so bad. It takes me a little bit to actually get warmed up. And the stuff I've been working on the past few days has been mostly like detail oriented, coloring, painting. I haven't actually drawn anything for a little while, it seems like. So off to a bit of a rough start today. Shrubbery. He does dress himself. He skipped leg day, yeah. To be fair, he was built rather than, his physique isn't his own doing. But there's something about like the really tall, him being really tall with really broad shoulders just kind of gives him a more imposing sort of silhouette, I think. And skipping leg day is fairly common. I've been going to the gym, and there are all these guys that are like huge, right? They've got upper bodies like this, but then their legs are like this, It's kind of hilarious. But to be fair, leg day I don't think is fun for anyone. I always always overdo it on leg day. And I always end up feeling sick. It seems like. Okay, let's see. Anybody come up with a pose for us? I'm thinking either having him with like a bundle of firewood, or though I am doing a series, the idea of the series is like monsters from like classic monsters. At first I was thinking like the MGM or the Universal, like classic monster movies, redesigning monsters from those movies. I started with Dracula, and I was like, I want to like be a little more true to the source material. So, which I haven't actually read Dracula, to be completely honest. But I spent time researching and figuring out his description in the literature, and I was like, this is way more interesting than the movies. So, and I've always, ever since I read Frankenstein, I'm like, why has no one ever depicted him in film like this, I know Creature from the Black Lagoon, and they've got like comics, but yeah. Anyway, let's see. I think maybe having him, like maybe after he's been shot, maybe he's like holding his shoulder and dripping blood or something and looking miffed, because that's kind of the point in the story where he turns and actually becomes monstrous from that point on. Let's see. And that way we can kind of obscure his costuming and stuff, because I'm not sure what to do there. So, Stain Cleaver, he said he does dress himself. Do you remember if she describes how he does that? Like, does he find clothes that just don't fit well, or does he construct something? I don't remember, and I don't want to spend another several minutes trying to find out and having you guys bored to death. Have you seen Monster Squad? Yeah. Yes. It's been a long time though. It's been a really long time actually since I watched that, but it's a classic. Never thought about this monster being sensitive and having a sad story. Seems like I would cry if Disney had to make this as an animated movie. Yeah. It is. It's a really, like, it's a heartbreaking story, and it's written from the perspective of someone on a ship that heard the story from Frankenstein. So Frankenstein goes looking for the monster, for the creature, follows him to, like, the North Pole or Antarctica or something, and is on this ship that's, like, cutting its way through the ice, and is dying, I think, and tells this story to this member of the crew. And so it's like this member of the crew wrote this having heard the story from Frankenstein, if I'm remembering right. Anyway, and then I think Frankenstein dies, and then the crew, like this member of the crew ends up seeing this like the creature silhouetted on the ice somewhere. He's like kind of banished himself to this Arctic wasteland type deal. But I think I need to reread it, because it's been a while, obviously. Wikipedia, a picture of the creature appeared in the 1831 edition. Early stage portrayals dressed him in a toga, shaded along with the monster's skin a pale blue. Throughout the 19th century, the monster's image remained variable according to the artist. I mean, obviously that can't be correct, because it's never described as blue skin. It's like yellowish. But I wonder, can anybody figure out, like, if it's explicitly said in the book what he wears? Because that would be great if we could figure that out. Calle de Pedro has liked the stream. Thank you. Calle. Anyway, thank you. No, we need to lengthen his calves a little bit. You can design whatever you feel the character looks to you. That's the magic of interpretation. Yes, but I also want to be true to the source material, you know? I think, you know, obviously there's always room for interpretation when it comes, and that's part of why I really like doing fan art from literature, because like there will be physical descriptions, right? But it's kind of like a character design brief. You get a brief from a client and they'll say something like, oh, this person's tall, this person's intimidating, this person's, you know, whatever. But there's no visual, I mean, actually a lot of times there is visual reference, but it's usually like to take inspiration from, or stylistic reference, style reference. But you get to interpret the description in your own way, which is part of why it's like doing Wreck-It Ralph fan art or whatever. You feel like, I mean, there's already a design, right? And it's in a very specific style. It's not as much fun, I don't think, as doing something like this. But let's say blood coming down. This is called fan art. Yeah. Well, technically, yeah, right? I mean, it's a character that you're like a fan. You could call your people do Harry Potter fan art all the time, or whatever. And it's not necessarily based on the film, right? Simply art to me. Nice. Okay, let's see. Maybe. I think we need a more iconic moment. Or something a little more obvious. Because with... Maybe we'll just put him in an intimidating pose. Because like with the Dracula one, he's not the Dracula people would recognize from the films or anything, right? So... but there's a lady on the couch with blood on her neck, and he's got blood in his mustache, which is what sells the idea that he's Dracula. So maybe we'll just put him in a pose that kind of shows off the creep factor that you get that people got in the book. Have one where you're kind of looking up at him because he's tall, right? Let's see, you're kind of designing the thing rather than just drawing. Yeah. You want the pose to convey a sensitive part or what? I'm thinking more of the just intimidation factor, you know? Just a look, like a good look at him that will sell the design, you know, because like I said in the book, the thing that makes him, like, people scared of him isn't the fact that he's like objectively ugly. It's that there's something off about him, right? He's got the translucent skin. He's got like these nice proportions, right? Idealized, but he's a creature. Like, nobody recognizes him as human. He's obviously not human, right? Contrary to many film versions, the creature in the novel is very articulate and eloquent in his speech. Almost immediately after his creation, he dresses himself, and within 11 months he can speak and read German and French. Matarazzi Boss, thank you. I got a little too quick to jump into details there. The thing is, he can't be dressed like super well because he's huge. Shoot, I don't know. Again, I'm getting too fixated on anatomy and junk. I need to loosen up a bit more. First, I need to come up with a better idea, a good idea for a pose. Maybe just a bloody hand or something. Maybe his. I'll look at him right after he's killed Frankenstein's wife or fiance, I can't remember. Hands too big, obviously. Again. I mean, if he, okay. Sorry, I just keep thinking about his clothes. Because if it states in the book that he dresses himself, I'm wondering if she says how, you know? Like, does he find clothes, or does he... This is gonna bug me. I'm gonna figure it out. Maybe we'll just kind of get his anatomy figured out, and then like his pose figured out, and then I'll do some actual research. Maybe I'll read the book over the weekend so that I have a better idea. Josue Garcia, thank you, Josue. Literally searching the book, PDF, and no results. Dang it. That's frustrating. Imagine a costume party just being himself when nobody noticed. Maybe he'd be one of those people who loses a look-alike contest. I think Charlie Chaplin. Have you guys heard that story? Charlie Chaplin entered a Charlie Chaplin look-alike contest and lost. Dolly Parton, I think that's happened to her, and Hugh Jackman, I think that's happened to him too, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah. thinking I'll have to explore that stuff a little bit. Shrink his head to make him look taller. I think I am gonna reread the book though over the weekend, just so that I'm a little more attached, you know, because I've wanted to draw him or attempt, you know, drawing him in a way that's true to the description, or, you know, captures the way that she describes him, because it's a really interesting and I think it's sad that nobody's really done it the way that she envisioned it in film or whatever. I'm sure there have been illustrations that do a good job of capturing it, but I'd like to do something that pays tribute to how I actually see him, you know. think of, or trying to dial into the right emotion for this guy. I mean, he's angry. Like I said, I'm kind of imagining this as him right after he's killed Frankenstein's bride. Which he did because he was furious that Frankenstein killed his companion, you know? Or disassembled her, I guess. But he's also... I almost see him as, like, lashing out like a child does. And I know he's intelligent, right? That he's... I mean, he was given, like, all the best bits, constructed in a way to be ideal, you know? But I still kind of see him as reacting to things almost like a child does, you know? Like when a child gets upset, they lash out, you know? In ways that adults have learned not to do, you know, but that knowledge or that it comes from experience, right? Adults have had years and years of experience dealing with intense emotions, and learning the best ways to react, or appropriate ways to react, you know. Sean McBean is like the stream. Thanks, Sean McBean. Anyway, so I'm kind of, despite all that he's learned, right, all that he's experienced, I still kind of see him as being immature emotionally. And so this, like, it's part of what I think makes it a heartbreaking story, is I see him as kind of this newborn, almost, in terms of emotional maturity. Anyway, so he's reacting like the atrocities that he commits are born out of an immature emotional immaturity, right? He's reacting to things the way a child does, with intensity, right? And so he's angry and heartbroken and all those things. And so, I mean, it is a heartbreaking story, I think, because he's new to life and his whole life is just this, like, one heartbreak and one betrayal after another, and he can't handle it, you know? Anyway, I think he would rather use clothing to camouflage himself from the family and others. Yeah, I was thinking about that, him finding, because part of his whole deal is he wants what other people have, right? He wants to be accepted, he wants to have a family, to have happiness that he sees other people enjoying, and he doesn't like the fact that he's different, right? And so clothing makes more sense, I think. What makes him vulnerable is only his face. So, not necessarily. So, like, his whole I mean, his face is what people, you know, look at, right? And so, I mean, a lot of the way that people freak out is because, you know, they look into his eyes, they look at his face, and, like, there's something not right here, you know? And but his whole, I think, because, anyway, but his skin over his whole body is just kind of translucent. His whole appearance, he's got this sort of sickly, unnatural sort of appearance all over the place. It's not just his face, although I think, I think part of the idea was that he doesn't have like a soul necessarily, and so people can see that in his eyes, So yeah, I'm having a hard time putting this guy's head at the right angle because I really like this, but I didn't. Actually, maybe I'll do a turnaround of his head just to try to make it easier, because why not? That nose is giving me trouble. And I've talked about this before when we did model sheets for the Tiefling character. Like, starting with the profile for me is tough. Just because if you have an interesting profile, for whatever reason, for me, it's harder to start there and bring it around, just because, I don't know why, but okay. See his nose, like from the front, he's got this long nose, right? But if you draw these lines, it's not that long from the front. It's not long this way, it's long this way, right? He puts some warm earth tone dirt on his face to mimic human healthy skin. Ooh. It's a cool idea. Maybe if we were adapting this for, like, to do an actual story, that'd be a cool element. Oh, guys. Corrupt is unpleasant truth, Yeah, I get it. I think that's a cool idea. But I think it's going to be hard enough for people to recognize him as Frankenstein's creature. Really pushing the creepy factor, Because the idea behind this whole series was just to, draw the classic monsters. Not really necessarily to retell the stories, But I do like that idea. I think it's cool. Oh, so I have, actually maybe so I have something I want to talk about, but I'm not sure I can do it without sobbing. So I have my oldest son, my oldest kid, he's got cerebral palsy. So he had a stroke in utero. So before he was born, he had a stroke, and which caused some brain damage, right? And so he's got special needs, right? He's developmentally slower than kids his age, and so I mean he's in special education, and he's 11 years old, and yesterday this kid from our neighborhood came over, and my wife answered the door. She's like, what is he doing here? Is he Hudson's age? Hudson's our second. It's like, is he here for Hudson? I didn't think they were the same age, but he came to the door. He's like, can Sawyer play? Sawyer's my oldest, and this is the first, he's 11 years old. This is the first time anybody has ever asked if he could play. His whole life, he's never had a friend come over and ask him to play. And so anyway, I'm working, and my wife came into the office like weeping. I was like, what is going on? Did someone die? You know, I seriously had thought something horrific had happened. She's like, Kate and Lester came over to see if Sawyer wanted to play. I was like, what? And it just, oh my gosh, we both just melted, and we were wrecks like the whole day, and it was just the most. That's another part of the reason I really like it here. Where we're at, there are a lot of like the school. Kids have an awesome school, and they're like Sawyer. When I would take him to school, we'd like walk him in, and you know, walk him to his classroom, and like this school, the people at this school are amazing. Like the school secretary, she knows all our kids' names. The principal knows all the kids' names. We like walking down the hall. All the teachers like, hey Sawyer. All the other kids like, hey Sawyer, how's it going? He's just there are a lot of really, really good people right where we're at. But this was the first time anybody had ever knocked on the door, and there's another kid. Hey, are Caden and Sawyer here? And it's like, yeah, they're in here, they're in the basement playing. So these two kids, these two boys who are, you know, very, very cool. Oh, I made his head too short, I think. I'm just a little sad because we're renting right now, and we plan on like building or buying once like the housing market cools off a bit. And it's like we don't really want to leave where we're at because there's such good people right here. feeling a little too... I don't know what the word is. It doesn't have the same charm to it, but we'll see if we can remedy that with a 3/4 here. This is still super tricky. Trying to do this 3/4. Gosh. This might be one that I try sculpting or something. Oops. Sabrina, thank you. And Marta, thank you. Also, guys, have any of you read, I think we've talked about this, the Ender's Game series, by Orson Scott Card? There's Ender's Game, there's, I'm trying to remember the order the books go in. It's like Xenocide, Children of the Mind. Anyway, this got me thinking about that a little bit, because I think one of my favorite parts of that series is there's this artificial intelligence. He's like super duper smart, you know, to the point that She has her own personality, and she's she's like a person, right? And then she gets a body, through some crazy scientific weirdness. And she's a being that so she experiences time differently, and she's like thousands of years old, relative to, or maybe even, anyway, very, very old being, right? And she gets a body and suddenly experiences all these emotions and feelings that she's not used to. She's very, she's this brilliant person, but then as soon as she gets a body, and suddenly she's subject to all the Speaker for the Dead. Yeah, it's a good book. Anyway, she suddenly gets a body, and she's subject to all these emotions that she isn't used to, and she gets angry with this person, and is freaking out because she feels like killing them. Or she's like, I want to kill her. Yeah, this other guy's she's like, what's wrong with me? I feel like murdering this person. And this guy's like, that's normal, right? She just kind of, because these emotions are kind of thrust on her, and she hasn't had, the opportunity to kind of grow up getting used to them. It's she's reacting to them the way a child does, very, super strongly, and with this intensity that she's not used to, and that's kind of the way I picture this creature reacting to things, with that brand new, emotion in its concentrated form, Anyway, shoot, guys, I don't know what to do, because I really like this, but I don't like this, and this is okay, but it's not this, feeling poop. Oh boy. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to look at something really quick. I'm looking at this milk call animation of Roger from 101 Dalmatians. So Roger's got a nose kind of like that just comes straight out. Just typed in milk call on Pinterest. It was the first thing that popped up. I was that's exactly what I was looking for. It's not exactly the same shape, but it's got the same idea. imagining tears in his eyes too. Like he's got this, he's just feeling all the, it's like the betrayal and heartache and anger and all that stuff all at once. Like all the most, like, those are all super intense emotions, you know? And so I would like to be able to capture all of that. Character is looking pretty cool. Thank you, Mutant Marshmallows. Yeah, it's been like having a hard time getting this guy where I want him. Because I have grown attached and it's difficult to settle on something else, you know? face is feeling a little long, so I'll shorten it just a tad. Okay. I think it's looking alright. I'm gonna lift his eyebrow just a little bit to make him feel not just mad, but anguished, you know? Because he's got a lot of complicated stuff going on emotionally. Furious, but in a lot of pain as well. Dope is that, Loki? It is not. Though it does kind of look like him now that I'm thinking about it. But no, this is. We're designing Frankenstein's creature here. Based on the book rather than the movie versions. Drag the corners of his mouth down a little bit more. Dean Koontz book. Well, this is from like Mary Shelley, the original Frankenstein. He's described as, so Frankenstein constructs him to be like ideal in proportion and stuff. Uses all these like the best of everything that he can find or construct, and creates this perfect human body, and then brings it to life, and then discovers that it's feels like it was a mistake. So the thing that makes him revolting isn't that he's like hideous or green, or that he has bolts in his neck or whatever. It's the fact that he's alive and shouldn't be. And so they're like it's like visually he's like 10 feet tall, which is, a factor, but he's also but he's got like idealized proportions, and the thing that visually makes him disturbing is that you can tell by looking at him that he shouldn't exist, that he's not human, right? Despite the fact that his body looks human. The thing that makes him scary and monstrous is the fact that you can tell that he shouldn't be alive, that he shouldn't exist, that he doesn't have a soul or whatever. So, Tom Oakenshield, nice. I'm assuming you're a fan of The Hobbit. Dinkins also wrote a few books about Frankenstein. He's my favorite author, so his books popped into my first. Nice. Never read any of his stuff, actually. I'll leave his. Either really small pupils or really big pupils. We'll see. These book Watchers. I will have to check that out. Do you like to read? Though I haven't had a ton of time for it for a while. Yeah, I think we'll go with small ones. So yeah, Frankenstein's creature in the original book is 10 feet tall, has like yellowish, like translucent skin, so you can kind of see, like it barely covers the muscles and the veins and all that stuff. So that's what makes him creepy, not that he's traditionally ugly, Best advice to create characters with good visual appeal. Oof. I don't know. I think the same principles apply to character design as apply to any other art, like visual art. You have the elements and principles of design art that still apply, right? You've got contrast, line, texture, value, color, all those. You've got repetition with variation. You've got, lots of, like, all those principles that are good to study and learn. All of those apply across any medium, any profession, I think, any art practice. So all of those, I think, you need to keep in mind. There's, shape language, color language, form language, all those things that there's a lot that goes into creating appealing artwork. And I think I don't think there's any one piece of advice that would cover it well. Animation lecturers always went on about how you can make characters memorable or appealing with an interesting silhouette as well. Yeah. Silhouette, that's one principle, right? And it's not the only thing to keep in mind, right? Because you can have a character with an interesting silhouette, but if they don't communicate the thing that you're trying to communicate, if they don't sell the character, then having an interesting silhouette doesn't do you any good, right? I do think actually maybe the best piece of advice, maybe not visual appeal, but the most important thing to keep in mind when designing any character is to think about the story first and foremost and always. Think about the story, the character's role in the story, and how to communicate that. Because that should always be your number one priority, I think. I think it's that way with any art form, again, whether it's visual or otherwise, right? If you're writing stories, if you're composing music, if you're choreographing a dance, whatever it is, you need to think about what you're trying to say and decide what is the best way to say that, right? And there are lots of tools, things to use in order to accomplish that. Like silhouette is one of those things, right? If you've got a character that's got a silhouette like this, right? That's going to say something. You've got a character with, it says something about your character, it says something about the story, and every principle and element, every technique that you implement should go back to that. Go back to saying what you need to say. I think the only really wrong way to do it, the only wrong way to design a character, I think, is to ignore the story, right? Ignore the character's role, ignore the expectations and the experience of your audience, and do something completely unrelated. I think that's the only wrong way to do it, really. Nose is still giving me issues. I'm going to widen it a little bit. Observer 8888. Thank you for the follow and welcome. It's like we were talking about this earlier with this pose, trying to figure out the right pose for Frankenstein's creature. Right? What did I want to say with his pose? Right? Did I want to communicate the more sympathetic part of his story? Did I want to lean in more on the monstrous, murderous side? Or, something else? I think you always need to, ultimately, I'm doing like a series of like monster drawings or redesigns, whatever. And the important part of this is making sure that it communicates as Frankenstein's monster for the people who are familiar with the story. And anybody who isn't, want to make sure that the whole idea of him being monstrous communicates. I want to sell the idea that she sells in the book, which is this guy's grotesque and monstrous, and that immediately reads to everybody, right, that there's something wrong and off about this guy. Yeah, so the reason I didn't go with this one is, so this is a moment from the book where he gets shot after he saves a kid from drowning, and then like the kid's dad thinks he's trying to harm him, and so he shoots him in the shoulder. It's kind of like the turning point in the story when the creature's like, okay, if people think I'm a monster, I guess I am. And that's kind of like when he really takes a turn and does horrible, awful things. But I was a little worried that pose wouldn't communicate or wouldn't read the way that I wanted it to read. Like I said, I wanted him to read as, I wanted a good look at his face, just a really good look at him, because it's going to be hard enough to sell the whole monster idea without obscuring his face and his body and stuff. Although I did like that pose, it wasn't going to work. So I decided to do something a little more straightforward. It's a little more static, right? Which, now that I'm looking at it, it could make it a little more dynamic. But this is kind of the moment in the story after he's killed Frankenstein's bride, which is kind of to me, like the darkest, most horrific thing that he does, right? It's like the epitome, the climax of his transition from sympathetic character to monster. Thinking maybe, you'll have to forgive me here for doing this again, but thinking maybe maybe he needs a more dynamic pose. Keep the same sort of, make it similar, but add a little more movement into it. This is something I think is important to think about when you're doing anything, drawing or designing anything, is If something isn't working, no matter how much time you've put into it, don't get too attached, right? It's okay to start over. It's okay to scrap something and do it again. Unless, obviously, you're under a really tight deadline, in which case, sometimes you just have to turn something in that isn't completely awesome. Have you ever seen Frankenthumb? I have not. I'm guessing that's some interesting adaptation. Like Frankenstein meets Thumbelina. Maybe. That's what came to my mind. Somebody made a bunch of movies where all the characters are thumbs. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Spy Kids Thumbs. Oh. Do you usually add a grayscale layer to check values, contrast? Often. I wouldn't say usually, but I do it fairly often, especially if I'm concerned that things are getting a little crazy or it's hard to tell what's going on in terms of value. Edith Noemi Ramirez. Hello. Yeah, Prop can tell the story. I was thinking about having him standing over Frankenstein's bride, but I don't want it to be too gruesome. Maybe I was also thinking maybe a broken window, or something to show that he's an intruder, right? That he's someplace and done something that he shouldn't have done, right? And he's gonna have like blood dripping down his arm to show that he's done something horrific. I like the way his pose is going so far. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, he's getting a little too caught up in his face and trying to make sure his face was reading okay, and kind of lost track of other important things. Blood dripping off of these fingers too. Just realized it's after 1 and I need to get some other work done. So I'm gonna call it. Sorry we didn't make a lot of progress on this guy. You guys have anybody you want to raid? I'm trying to remember what suggestions we had last time. Let's see. Ooh, that looks interesting. Let's do this one. You guys know Carissa Bug? It looks like she's doing something cool on there. Let's get rid of this music. Anyway, thanks you guys for joining the stream. That wasn't the most productive one we've ever had, but yeah, I'll drop you off at this Carissa Bug. Looks like cool stuff. Anyway, so have a good weekend. Thanks again for joining in. I'll see you Monday.
Oh, that's a common experience then. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Randy Bishop Art is raiding with a party of 20. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How was your stream? Hello, hello. Hope you were doing good. Were you working on art? Also, maybe I'll introduce myself. Hi, I'm Carissa. I'm a 2D game artist and animator for my job. And on the side, we do illustrations here in stream. We talk a lot. We do squats. And we draw. So, welcome in. What were you working on? If you want to share, Randy. I don't know if you're in here yet, but Randy, if you want to share what you were working on, or you want to share your social media, let me know, and I can give you a permit. And, you know, let me know how your stream was, or if you need to, like, run and, like, take care of human needs post-stream. I totally understand that as well. Jedi B, thanks for coming in. Hello, how you doing? Nimu Fail, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And Jarsif, thanks for the follow. Hypochondria, thanks for the follow. Mutant Marshmallow, thanks for the follow. Lunar Kitten, thanks for the follow. Randy, thank you for following and for your raid. Looks great. We're working on character design. Oh, that's so cool. And thanks. I'm working on something for an upcoming challenge that I'm going to be hosting. Probably. Poplar, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But Randy, if you want to share what you were working on, or if you want to share your social media or something, let me know before you post the link, just so that you don't get, like, timed out. A draw this in your style. Not a draw this in your style. So, no, not a draw this in your style. It's gonna be, slightly different, but trust me, it's gonna be great. I think you guys will